Hello, hello guys. I'm tired as shit today. So exhausted, and I don't really know why. Aim woman.
Select your god.
Hello, Volt. My queue was pretty much instant, but I guess I'm gonna open my queue game regardless. Just isn't that much time to play it these days after they fixed the queue. Lack of sleep does that to me. Yeah, usually I get enough sleep, but today I didn't. I went to bed really late, and if I had to get up in good time, I just couldn't get enough sleep in. So that's kind of my case today. So I do know why, I should say, but I feel like I'm more tired than I would normally be, even if I don't get that much sleep. I just haven't been able to fully wake up today. I'm so exhausted. So I'll probably just head to bed early tonight and fix it that way. But I want to get a stream in today because I can't tomorrow. And then I think I will be streaming again Monday because of Guan Yu. Or just the new patch. I would like to check out the release. They have 3 mages. What's happening? I mean, I suppose that's good for me and on Aladdin, but like, what the hell am I against? Definitely beats game. Would have liked Aegis as well though. But because of Ares and Fen, just gonna need beats. Alright, I need to wake the fuck up. Finally I actually get Aladdin, so I gotta wake the fuck up and not waste my chance here. Oh, I also just realized I need to put my program on, because I can already feel that it's a bad server for me. I'm so happy I got this program. Jesus Christ. Otherwise I would just have to play with bad ping. Meaning I probably just wouldn't play at all. Because I cannot be asked to play with lag.
An ally.
Excellent.
Didn't even realize we had a DC. Maybe we should have paused for him, huh?
Minions have spawned.
I mean, he's buying now. I think it's too late. It's too busy. Looking at all this shit.
Yes.
That wasn't my To me, Genie! To me!
Oops.
On my way.
That's the sloppiness already. But at least I'm against Raw. Should be a pretty easy matchup.
Record!
For the most part.
Okay. You rock. Okay, you rock.
Suppose I'll just let him do my camps then.
Record! Right!
Your left tower is under attack.
To me!
Attack! Attack! Follow me.
Bask in celestial
Attack.
restoration.
To me, Genie!
Damn.
Bask
Don't think it kills anyway, but still.
restoration.
Be careful.
He's pushing it though.
Let's go!
Your left tower is under attack.
To me!
Okay, okay.
Bask in celestial
Attack left lane. Completed.
On my way.
Record!
Your left tower is under attack.
Careful. Retreat.
Let's settle this!
raised by divine
Your
renewal.
right tower is under attack.
What?
This way. Enemies in the right lane.
Fucking Poseidon here?
An enemy.
Huh? He's the ADC, right? I'm pretty sure he's the ADC. What the fuck? I thought Odin entered my fucking lamp. I didn't look at the map. So I was like, alright, I'll just walk away then. I'll let him
Your right tower
take the
is
kill.
under attack. Your left tower
Fuck no, that
is
wasn't
under
the
attack.
case. But at least I still got Ra considering it was the tower. Okay.
You rock. Okay. You rock. Okay.
Dude. What?
Record!
I'm so confused. Who did blue then? I guess that jungler was around too.
Okay. You rock. Okay.
Bye.
An ally has been slain.
Raised by divine renewal.
Be careful. Enemy missing. Yes, you have been slain.
Hmm. I did still have my. I should have just wished, man. I was hoping he was gonna miss brutalize. This does feel pretty awkward so far, though. There's already so much help on the right side of the map. I haven't seen any one of my team just
Your
yet.
right tower is under attack.
I might just have to play a bit more careful.
Gank
I'll play
left
the
lane,
poke fight
on
instead.
my way.
I just stop all-inning him. Apparently. I cannot risk falling behind.
Your right tower is under attack.
Good for me though, he is building
Retreat.
damage at least. Just gonna go for a bit of defense, but
To me, Genie.
doesn't strike me like he's gonna go full defense.
Ward
Bye.
left.
Enemy spotted.
Middle lane.
Recall.
Quiet.
Bask in celestial restoration.
Gank right lane. Retreat middle lane. On my way. Attack right lane.
To me, Genie.
Embraced by divine renewal.
An enemy has been slain.
Then we will strike back.
Trying to bait it a little too hard.
An ally has been slain.
Bye.
An ally has been slain.
Ward here.
Your middle tower is under
lane.
attack.
Bye.
Be careful left. Recall.
I don't like this.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
It does seem like a gigantic diff on the dual lane side of things, which is unfortunate. The thing is though, if Ra or Odin really wants to, he should be able to just kill Ra for free. He does have Shell, but like,
Your left tower
we bait that out pretty easily, and he just dies. The only thing we need, like, if I hit my ult, he dies as well. Just
Bask in celestial restoration.
enemy spotted.
Alvarez is here.
All by cosmic force.
Recall.
Lane.
Embraced by divine renewal.
it's a 1-for-1 at least, but I might need to stop ulting Ra, because so far I've died for it every time.
Double kill.
I'll need to sit back a bit, and he is getting pretty tanky. He actually went for Sphere. Didn't expect that, I thought he was going
Your
Void Stone.
right tower is under attack.
Fine. I'll sit back and farm a bit. I'll just poke. And then let that be it. I'm also being a bit aggressive early, considering Aladdin is not really that great early on.
To me. Be careful left.
Embraced by divine renewal.
Be careful. Killing spree. Your left
Bracken,
tower
what?
is under attack.
Just walking out. Bracken definitely seems a little confused.
Your left tower is under attack. An ally has been slain. Your left tower has been destroyed.
Recall.
It's pretty much what I expected with the early Qs though.
Your left tower is under attack.
To me, Genie.
Yeah, I want to go on him so bad, just for poking reasons, but I feel like I'm just gonna get fucking 5-man roasted again.
Follow me.
Follow them, Genie.
Enemy ultimate down.
That's good. That's huge actually. That Artemis took him out.
Enemy missing.
What the fuck are these creeps doing?
To me, Genie!
An ally has been slain.
The radiant.
The pyromancer has arrived. Your middle tower is under attack. On my way.
Enemy missing middle.
Let's settle this! Come on then,
Bask in restoration.
You have slain an enemy. Enemy spotted.
Don't really think I want to fight Fenrir just yet.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Middle.
Hello, Agami. Alright, let me take care of that real fast. Yeah, I got a lad, and I'm definitely playing it a bit sloppy in my first game here.
Enemy spotted.
But it's a good god to kind of warm up on. Let's see if I can actually help out here. This could be really good.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Excellent.
Enemy ultimate down.
Attack! Your
I must
left
slip
tower
away
is under
quickly.
attack.
Fenrir's back up already. I don't really want to go anywhere.
Your left tower is under attack. Okay. You rock.
The team is so vocal.
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
How much gold was that? Quite a lot of gold. Quite a lot. I mean, do you still get for the assists as well on this? Yeah, and assists. So yeah, I mean that's at least like 300 gold then. I'm not sure how many kills I got specifically. I got one, I think. I think I just got the Merlin.
Retreat left lane. Retreat left lane. Help middle lane. Help middle lane.
Enemy missing. Retreat.
Left lane. Middle lane.
And those fucking things on me.
Killing spree. Shut down.
Enemy ultimate down!
Your right tower is under attack.
Quiet.
I'll just take this, I guess. Might lose tower right away.
To me!
You rock. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
If I didn't waste my ult on ulting Fenrir, I would have had Rod there, but whatever. Dude, this might be the most like random ass
No, bro. Like this.
weirdest fucking comps games I think I've had in a while.
Oh, no, he...
Enemies on my way.
Let him die, I don't care.
An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
I'm good.
Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Attack middle lane! Ultimate is ready.
On my way.
An ally has been slain. Group up! Group up!
Okay. He also has shell or what? No. Never mind.
Shut down!
Can you guys just be quiet and quest? Quiet and play the video game.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Alright, bro, but you're in right lane, not grouping for gold. Like, you're going. Trying to play as a team in right lane. I mean,
Zeus was
ultimately,
dead. We had no reason to fight back there.
half the pig would just been bruised.
I don't know why I've been trying to argue against it. With Zeus dying with no vision,
The
that's zero
enemy
reason
team
for us
has
to try and fight it
destroyed
back.
the Pyro. Your right tower is under attack.
It's one goal, it doesn't matter at all.
Middle lane! Defend middle lane!
But whatever. Cannot understand him. Yeah, it's pretty hard. He's got a bad mic, but
Retreat left
I get the
lane,
gist
left
of what
lane.
he's saying. Sent him on a quest to be quiet, yeah.
Cancel that.
Sorry, I just got out. I'm trying to look for the stupid hero plays, but it doesn't matter.
The enemy
I don't
team
think it
has
matters.
destroyed the fire
Just
Maybe work as a team.
there's just zero team play in this. Half the members just seem confused.
Your right tower is under attack.
That
Your
one's
right
on me though.
tower has been destroyed.
So the camps, they're only at our right team.
Your right Phoenix is under attack. Your right Phoenix has been destroyed. Your middle Phoenix is under attack. Your middle Phoenix has been destroyed.
I'm not sure what Odin is running around doing right now.
Your Titan is under attack. Your left Phoenix is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Your left Phoenix has been destroyed.
Hopefully Odin's getting that tier 1.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. An ally has been slain.
What are you guys scared of? He just Kraken. Kraken is down.
An enemy has been
Embraced by divine renewal.
Follow them.
shut down.
Fucking tank Rise so tanky. a surprise. The tank's a tank. Just sucks that I often feel like I need to ult him, because this doesn't seem like we're dealing with him otherwise. It's a nice fight, but with 3 Phoenixes down, it's looking grim. We'll see though. I'm just gonna keep farming. Just gotta get to the point where I can just fully zone with my 3, or my 1 I should say.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Attack Fire Giant!
Yeah, zoning with a wall run. I mean, it's gonna zone for like a second. Then they all turn on me and I'm dead.
Retreat!
Embrace by divine renewal.
Slain an enemy.
He beats this fucking still auto me to death. Fuck. That's unfortunate. Just an unfortunate beats timing. That kind of hurt me in the end. He was did beats for me. Damn. That sucks, and I'm guessing if I die, we're just gonna lose the fight. Really bad timing to lose the fight too, because our Phoenixes are coming back up. But surely they cannot end with these 2 tanks in. Don't die, buddies. Don't die. What? Stop fighting, no, man.
Is under attack.
I beg of you, just get out. Oh, nice. Fenrir entered.
Your middle Phoenix.
Maybe we don't lose the right Phoenix at least.
Your left Phoenix is under attack. Your Titan is under attack. Your left Phoenix has been destroyed. You have slain an enemy.
We did lose the left Phoenix though, unfortunately, but we got 1 up. It's progress. I'm full build now, so at least I can do some damage. I do not have Poly in my build though, which is a bit unfortunate. So I feel like I needed my current items. If anything, Ra doesn't heal that much. I might sell.
Enemies of the Fire Giant!
I might actually sell it. My Divine Rain.
Bask in celestial restoration.
I just need to catch up with my ult.
Enemy spotted!
From one so
Oops.
Killing spree.
return home.
Actually, I can almost get a 3k pot. I don't know, maybe I just go with it and just go for full poke with my 1 instead of going for the poly. Poly procs.
Behind us! Attack!
Fenrir will be a pretty big pickup here if we get him.
To me!
We are really just chasing this.
An enemy has been slain. You have slain an enemy.
Bye.
We'll get Merlin here eventually too.
Rampage.
Attack the Gold Fury!
Attack the Gold Fury! Follow them! Record!
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
So far so good. Maybe I can just do both actually. Yeah. Perfect. I feel like I probably just is too good at this point. Because I don't think I can exactly one-shot. Right there I was lucky that Poseidon was a bit poked. But otherwise I don't think I can actually do the full one-shot.
To me!
Now I definitely should be able to with a 3k pound on top of it. Can you just sell lamp after you revive? You can, but I like the percentage. I think
Record!
I could have. I just really like the lamp. I like how it stacks up when you get 3k pounds. You know, I think it's better if you can get a full late game. Because of percentage scaling.
Attack left lane! Record! Be careful, right! Enemies in middle lane! Enemies incoming! Retreat! Retreat! Retreat!
Retreat!
On my way!
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Follow them, Genie!
There's no way the areas get back in, man. I fucked that one up. I thought I was going to do way more damage to him. I don't know why. I did miss as well, like an idiot. He moved weird in the beginning. He like almost jumped me from the back. Like it was weird. I didn't think he saw me at all. He kind of baited me there. Don't know if he intended to do that or not, but fuck, he did. What in the hell is Artemis doing?
Save yourself! I wish for immortality! Let's go, Genie!
I actually forgot I had my immortality wish. That's on me. Could have survived that or helped defend that left Phoenix. Oh. Stuttering.
Record!
You waste your prowlers in the lab.
Has destroyed
Yeah.
the fire giant.
Oh, fucking hell, man. I'm so. I feel like my awareness is just ass right now. Should have fucking known that we're on fire. They'll go for gold next.
The enemy team has destroyed the pirate.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm playing bad this game. I'm so unaware. My reactions are slow.
Ally has been slain.
Hopefully this doesn't actually end the game, but this could be big from Zeus. I think he fucked it up.
Your middle phoenix is under attack.
That's unfortunate. That should have been a good kill.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
Something.
An ally has been slain. Your titan is under attack. Your right phoenix is under attack.
He's not even going to try to defend it. It's unfortunate. I did fuck up in the end there. Oh well.
Defeat.
At least I feel a bit warmer now, but definitely sloppy overall. On the bright side, at least if I'm against the same people, they don't mind giving me Aladdin again. Oh, this is the endless thing. I don't want to do that. Yeah, I mean, I think I played alright. Like, I don't think... Like, a lot of that game ended up being an issue because of how badly it went in duo lane early on. Like, I got ganked by their ADC at, like, level, what, 5? What the fuck was that? Like, they were so ahead in duo that the ADC could rotate away and gank the soul lane. That's absolutely insane. Like, I died when I should not have died. Like, there's always the weird argument that, you know, this shouldn't happen type of thing. Like, and sure, I mean, sometimes weird shit happens, so, you know, it's just expect the unexpected type of thing. But at the same time, some things are so rare like that it's just absolutely impossible to even expect it. But still, I don't want to just say that I did fine and that's good enough, because I definitely fucked up more than once in that game that I'm pretty unhappy with. But still, I think it's important to acknowledge mistakes, but just don't hang on them. Just try and do better next time. Learn from them. Yeah, just play my template gaming queue. Yeah, I mean, I need to keep my... I just get slow, I feel like, and rusty if the queue takes too long. My fingers get cold again. I need something to keep myself going. Needs to stay warm and focused. And it's just a fun game. It's also just that. I do enjoy playing it. It is indeed a bright side that I can play more haste. It's a fun, mindless game. I'm really looking forward to Guan Yu. I'm actually really looking forward to the intelligence aspect on Guan Yu. Not so much the attack speed version of him. I feel like that's just kind of boring. Like, attack speed Guan Yu is... I don't know, it doesn't speak to me in that way. I'm not generally into, like, heavy attack speed characters, which is funny, because I'm generally known for playing Vamana, but... Like, it's different with Vamana, I feel like, because his kit isn't necessarily based all around auto-attacking. Like, you have more setup for auto-attacking in your kit. I do like that stuff. Which is also why I like the new Kali now, like the intelligence Kali, a lot more than the old one, because it feels like you do more setup than you then you auto attack. Even though auto attack is still part of her kit. It's just now to set up your 3 that rather than just pressing left click, you know. It's a bit more, I would say, skill based, but I mean right now she does a lot of damage. Like, I don't mind having auto attacking as an option, but and yeah, weird. Erlong is kind of the same thing for me. I never really enjoyed Erlong, but maybe it's also just because that he's never fully been like ability based. Because if you go ability based, you're still basing around your 1, like the big zero you have. I still feel like auto attacking is just almost all you do on him. But I can imagine playing a lot more like fun, I guess, for a support player, because you don't really do that then. Then you just, you know, focus on the CC aspects of him. But as a jungler or a solo, you'll always in some way have to go into some attack speed, because that's just how he is. And I don't really like that all that much. But I mean, it's not like I want to make it sound like I hate auto attackers. Like Apollo is one of my favorite gods, and the whole that's all his damage is just auto attacking for the most part. But I guess it also just depends on the god and how they play. But man, I'm looking forward to Apollo. Yeah, he's soon. He's right after Guan Yu, so in like 2 weeks, I guess. We're getting Apollo. I'm really looking forward to that. Because he is just one of my my favorites. Always has been. It's been my favorite ADC at least. Like him and Honor have generally been my favorite ADCs, but Honor has felt a bit awkward for the most part in Smite 2. And I still think he does. I think he feels better than he did originally, but he still feels a bit weird. And I think I am banning. I'm not banning. Do I ban Afro? No, I'll ban County first. And I'll probably ban Sobek over Aphrodite. I hate them equally, but I feel like Sobek tends to carry my enemies a lot more than Aphrodite does. But even so, I might have to just ban Bari. We'll see. I mean, it's a lot of shit they can still ban. No, on second thought, I'm getting the Afro. I just hate dealing with her way more than anything else. Afro can be punished. Well, Sobek also has punishing windows. It's just he's so dominant in duo as a support. With the pressure he has. Like, Sobek still has a huge problem late game that if he plugs, there is a chance he just dies for it, because people can beat it. Or if they just somehow juke it or you miss it, all that stuff. He tends to be a very easy target to go on. But he's such a dominant factor in duo. Hades.
Select your
But yeah, I'll grab you that Sobek, Okami. I don't know how to say your name. Mizarchi? Marchi? Is it supposed to be like an A? But what's up, man? That's why you buy the hog and become unkillable? Yeah. There's definitely options in Smite 2 that makes it harder to kill those types of gods. Or just any god, really. Dude, there's no way they just picked the 3 gods I was or like the 2 other gods I was thinking of going into Hades, which is Odin and Chuck. I have been outpicked. Shit. Now I need to think. I guess I'll just go Mordred then. I wasn't really feeling the Mordred. But because I cannot see the god list, I don't know what else to pick. When we get an actual good patch, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, I think the next one isn't bad. I just think he's mediocre. Which I'd say is a positive thing at the moment, because we've had bad patches for a little while. But I think the next one at least has some pretty cool stuff in it, where some of the others only had like negative stuff. There's some decent changes to some of the active items in the next one. And then they have Guan Yu, who seems to have some very interesting additions, which I'm very excited for. Mostly on the intelligence side of things. Full Int Guan might actually be really fun to play. It might also be pretty weak, I would imagine, in like higher levels if you get punished, but at least in solo. Maybe it could work better in jungle. But I think if you go full Int Guan Yu and you meet like Odin or like Kraken or Mordred or whatever, you're gonna struggle. It's super hard. But I'm really just looking forward to Guan Yu, man. Like it's been a little while, I think, since we got essentially like a warrior type god. I think Achilles was the last one, and it's been a little while now. And Guan Yu is good in that he's kind of like both support as well as a, like he's kind of multi-rolled. Like I think he's a great character for the game because he can jungle, he can solo, he can support. If the in build is really good, maybe he can even mid, you know. So I think it's going to be a fantastic addition. You got Serb, that's true actually, yeah, we did get Cerberus. But he's been kind of weak for the majority of it. That's my only problem with it. It's the same thing with Michael Mulan. Like, we did get Mulan as well, but she's been absolute dog shit since she came out. It's annoying, man. I would like to play more Mulan too. But she's so bad. Like, she's arguably the worst god in Smite 2. I'm not even sure who would actually be worse. But yeah, you are right. As Berserker strong, it's not, like, against good players, it's not really that good. And the worst part about it is that you cannot lose the ultimate part of it. Like, you get the knock up, but if they don't immune your ultimate, it's such a good setup. And you cannot lose that part of it. Cerberus is, like, was alright in the last patch, where in solo, when you had all the, like, stupidly broken items to just carry him. But now that they're kind of gone, and don't do as much damage, he just doesn't have any damage output. Like, compare him to Odin, compare to Mordred, to Chuck, or Hades, or whatever, like anything else, who will just almost go one-shot a backline. Cerberus cannot do that in solo. I think he might be a fine support. I absolutely think he's a fine support. But I think he struggles a lot in solo now. Where's my 2 Susano? I don't think Susano's that bad. And he's going to be even better next patch, because they buffed him again. I think Susano's alright. I don't think he's amazing. I don't think he's, like, terrible. I just think he's okay. Is Ra good as my 2? I think Ra is also alright. You can make him work for sure. He's a god that obviously struggles a lot into something that has like easier score on him. Like
pull back. Too far.
Like Fenrir is a pretty good god in Smite 2.
Nice. Well played. You can shove that aspect up his ass. Fucking sick of seeing enemy games now.
Like Ra tank can still work. Aspect Ra isn't that bad, but it's also not like amazing. If you're good at it, you can definitely make it work.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Attack!
Yep. Hold the boss.
Stop playing that game. What game? What are we talking about now? We hate Smite now?
Fuck him up. Fuck him up.
Your left tower is under attack.
Damn. Does a good damage, but don't really have anyone nearby.
Shit. Shit. Yeah, my bad. Fuck that up.
Out of mana.
Don't worry, Rage. I have no obligation to play this game. I play just purely out of enjoyment.
Nice.
I like Smite. If it
Yeah,
gets
well,
better
well played.
or not, I guess, doesn't really matter to me. I'm just having fun in the moment, you know?
Fucking well worth it.
Yeah, I'm cooked. Yeah. I know. I'm just enjoying myself, having fun. Sometimes it's not fun, but you know, it is what it is. Thing is, streaming isn't my job. I do this just because I want to. I actually simply just enjoy the game. It's that simple. I know it's fucking crazy how this shit works. But I like playing the game. That's it. Eventually I'll probably reach a point where I don't enjoy the game anymore and then I'll stop. It's the same thing when I played competitive. There is literally nothing that keeps me playing the game outside of just pure enjoyment. I feel like Smite 2 is overhated. I think some of the hate is warranted.
Pull back more than it.
I definitely do, because I think a lot of the patches are just not very well managed. I feel like they're just nerfing and buffing the wrong things, changing the metas for no reason.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Just unfortunate timing. That's what it is.
I think criticism is good. I do think unnecessary criticism, like you need to actually give them criticism, right? Like constructive criticism. You can't just tell them shit sucks. Like that's not gonna help anyone, and doesn't tell them what the problem is.
How is he level 5? What is that? How the fuck has he got level 5 there?
I mean, I'm getting a lot of attention this game, but at least it's working out for me.
High five, team! Team? Guys!
But yeah, Rage, I didn't realize you weren't playing anymore. Suddenly there's just not a pain in my ass jungler in my lane all the time anymore. Obviously good for me, but obviously that also means the game lost a big player. But also fair. Like, I don't blame anyone for not playing. I do think the game has been not great for the past few months. Wait, where did he go?
No, fuck knows. Possibly. No.
It's the ult.
I think we can take him, mate.
Enemies in middle lane!
They're worrying to me.
Retreat! Enemies ultimate down!
Odin's mid, so I should be able to get this for free.
Enemy spotted.
On my way! I'm building stacks!
It's not like I only game Smite, you know? That's another aspect to it. Like, I'm heavily addicted to Expedition 33 right now.
Tower is under
And I literally didn't play the Smite at all yesterday because I just didn't want to play anything than Expedition 33 yesterday. So, the second I feel tired and I don't want to play Smite more today, I stop.
An enemy has been slain.
Damn it! Let me go back in, man. I don't know why it does that sometimes. Sometimes you're just not allowed to go back into the wall.
I'll attack left lane. Enemy ultimate down.
But don't go Fiora. Let's crack it. That's Odin and Poseidon ults both down. Ah, come on. What the fuck is going on here?
Okay.
Shut down. My way.
Just clean up though, because fuck me, they've used everything.
Nice job, my flufftastic friend.
Enemy are return today.
I have Sunder, just stay on it.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Good luck, friend.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
I mean, I don't think it's a bad idea for him to primarily listen to, like, the community, because ultimately what the game needs is more players. That is the most important thing. Listen to the few top elo players about buffing or nerfing a certain god that may be a gigantic problem in lower elo. Obviously, might not be good for the game, you know? Like, player feedback isn't always the best idea. Some games have died because of only listening to the player base. The players are definitely not always right. That being said, sometimes we do need something. Because there's no way we're buffing Odin and Cabrakan when they're absolutely by far the, like, not by far maybe, but like the top in the top solos. Like, they're powerful as hell. I've got to be careful here just in case. Don't know where everyone else.
Enemy spotted.
Oh, 3 people in my lane again. Shock up. Two of Sobek and never mind Odin's here. What the fuck?
Your right tower is under attack.
This is fucking dumb as fuck. Can I get some help, boys? Because, like, what the fuck is going on here?
I mean, they're just losing objectives. This is worth it for us.
It's just very frustrating, no?
Yeah, I get it.
Fuck me.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your right tower is under attack.
Yeah, he's very northern.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
See if I can just get this tower. Should be able to tank it without any problems.
No problem at all.
And I can't dash in here, so I just gotta get out. Dude, I hate that on the portal dashing bullshit. I forgot about it again. So I just couldn't dash.
Poseidon's coming mid, is behind us.
Your left tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
We got the
Elixir
tower
coming
though,
through
somehow.
right now.
I guess creeps finished it off. And I might be able to defend my own.
Nice.
Interesting.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Tried to just hurry up and kill him, I guess, before Odin came back. Odin never came back.
On my way.
What a jungler's build is finally full damage. Well, mostly you play int gods at this point. You play shit like Kali and Aladdin. Those two are the best gods in the game. Both full int. Well, they do like the double stacking build, transit book. Then rest just int.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
On the normal junglers, I don't even know. I guess you can go crit because rage is really good. Rage for rage. But asking me about jungling builds, unfortunately, is not gonna have a whole lot of success.
Okay.
I'm an absolute idiot when it comes to
Okay.
jungling.
An ally has been slain.
Yeah, he might need some wards over there. He is the Ra from my last game, so I know he's very aggro. Plays up.
On my way.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid. Your left tower is under attack.
I might not have been able to fight him if he had aspect, or non-aspect rather. But since he's aspect, I just know he won't really heal. Outside of Phoenix Shield, but I'm not really too afraid of Phoenix Shield. On
Oh,
charge
mind. We're gonna win anyway. Fucking hell, I'm joking.
On my way.
Enemy ultimate down. Feel your soul.
Is there a problem in their team? Not really. I'll just focus whatever then. Maybe you just peel. We have Sunder for this. They don't have a Sunder, so it should be alright.
Your team has destroyed the fire. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower.
Kinda wanna
is
try
under attack.
shifters. Not that it matters, it's being changed next patch anyway, but... Why is it a Willix crit? I don't know. Maybe it's good. I wouldn't know. You could literally tell me anything is good in jungle and I would believe you. I may be a good solo, but I am dog shit. Beyond belief. In jungle.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold.
They got gold. Damn, I wanted to bait something out of Hades.
Don't worry, we're still having fun. Attack middle lane.
Middle enemy. Your left tower is under attack.
Just make sure Hades doesn't move here a little bit.
Destroyed a middle enemy phoenix.
Did he?
May your day be as snug as a bug in a rug.
Shifters probably is better than the Berserkers. I mean, I think on Mordred I would like Berserkers more. But I think I just don't buy any of them. Legitimately, I just don't like any of those items at the moment. I think they're just way better items. Especially in this case. I imagine that, yeah, I mean, crit is always being built. You should have Spectral, which is probably would have been generally my next item in this case if we were actually struggling. But go away. Go away! Right. Gamehunter5, I hope you're on the same team. Where are you at these days, Rage? If you haven't played. Maybe we'll be in the same team. Dude, I'm losing so much more than I'm gaining. You quit? Yeah, but are you gonna do one now? You can only really come for me if you play the game, you know? Different game when? Well, when I play a different game, I don't really stream, so... Oops, I was looking away. So probably never, Nectura. And right now I'm way too addicted to Expedition 33 to play more than this, like that, and than Smite. My god, I'm wildly addicted to that game. Yeah, so far it's a damage jungle meta, because they nerfed all the OPI items, like Pridwin and what was the other one, like Shield Splitter. Like, yeah, you don't really buy those anymore. They're kind of not great. Damn it. I need speed. There we go. That's enough. And I'm tapped out. Pele ban? Okay. I feel like the Pele ban is a throwaway ban. Yeah, there is throwaway bans. Interesting. So they're trying to get... Okay, I mean, I should leave... It's gonna be Kali then. They're gonna pick Kali here. I imagine. It's the only reason I could expect or think of if you're banning 2 random gods is to try and get one of the 3 like OP damage dealers. I think someone wants to dodge. Could also be the case, yeah. Oh, is Mungi? Yeah, he was the Hades from my last game. On the enemy team. I've seen him a few times, but I don't know him. I see. It was a dodge.
Select your god.
Back in the queue I go then. They're running maintenance on your other game. Yeah, I mean, this is gonna happen at some point, right? Oh, they're running it every single day? Why? Dude, what? That doesn't sound like it's a good business. Maintenance for 8 hours every day? Are you sure? That sounds really bad for the game. What game is that? Who the fuck is running maintenance 8 hours a day every day? That's too much maintenance. Is it like beta? I could understand if it's like an alpha or beta, or some shit like that. But if it's just the game, then that seems really bad. I jumped right into that. Spend the county. Game has been out for 20 years, damn. Mabel's Story? Yeah. I never actually played Mabel's Story. I was busy playing RuneScape and World of Warcraft at the time.
Select your god.
What do I play? Into Sobek, I want something that doesn't get too screwed over by this positioning. Big Merlin suffer, no. I'll do a Morrigan game. A non-aspect Morrigan game, maybe. We'll see what I'm against. I hope they pick something fun that I can turn into. So far, it's not very fun. Actually, now that you mention it, Aspect Merlin actually could have been kind of fun. Man, I fucked up. Now I'm Morrigan. Granted, I also think Morrigan is fun. And I haven't played a whole lot of Morgan lately. She's kind of been out for some reason. I still think she is good. But surprisingly, no one really picks her anymore. No Aspect Nem? Probably. Aspect Nem isn't really that good. Well, I should just say yes. It is generally no Aspect. Aspect still just is. It's too situationally good. Like, it's not terrible, right? You know what it does. It's basically the worst Aladdin ult. It's just... You need to set it up correctly to really make use of it, and it's kind of awkward. I think for maybe for like a solo Nemesis you can make it work, but I think for jungle you should always go non-aspect. This might be a tank game for me though. I might have to go tank Morgan. Why do tank Morgan? Because either way I'm starting with the Chronos Pendant. Otherwise I'm just gonna struggle with my ult early on. Streamer Donor Walled. Yes. Shield Splitter? No. That sounds nasty, man. I don't want to do that. I don't want to get that close. Yeah, the thing is though, it's probably not a bad suggestion actually. I feel like it actually would be pretty good. Like Pritwin Shield Splitter, Morrigan. Probably not bad. All things considered. Fucking went Aspect anyway, man. Duration unknown. Yeah, I mean, that seems kind of badly managed, if you ask me. The Aspect's actually decent. I think that's the thing. It's situationally good. That's the best way I can put it. But if you're getting fed on a head, like that ult is not going to help you push that lead, you know? It's only going to help you survive. You don't want to use it on a low like health target, you know? What is this? Goodness. Interesting. Probably just gonna be still mid lane. Something an ADC might not know is my my passive one-shots the Warhorn. You don't have a chance. You ain't getting it, buddy. That's some solo tech. Damn. Kind of sucks that I went for a somewhat more passive backliner in this lane matchup, because if I was an actual frontline, it would be such an easy matchup. To Canonos. I could be so aggressive early.
Your right tower is under attack. An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
What to do in terms of... probably Achilles? Actually no, Cupid's probably the best. At least for... God damn it, for Canonos. That sucks. Shell? Shell. CERN. Okay, man. Fucking Shell meta. I didn't even see you had it. That's so unfortunate. I'm just gonna go for a damage build. Fuck it.
Your left tower is under attack. Killing spree. An ally has been slain.
Everyone is losing super hard. Can't really play to my strengths as well, with unless it's into melee characters. I think the passive is super good in lane and solo on Morrigan, but I can't really hit a range guard with that very easily.
Okay.
Your left tower is under attack.
Guess I'll just back. So it might still be around. I can't be asked to deal with it. I wish there was a global ult in this game that I could help out with somehow, like a Neith or a Nuwa. Because I'm just gonna have to sit in my tower, I feel like, this game.
On my way.
Enemy missing.
Your left tower is under attack. An ally has been slain.
Yeah, I mean, any rotation would be nice, because that's actually not a bad fight, with Kernels being as low as he is. I don't think this one is gonna be winnable. If Ymir rotated, maybe this was a kill.
An enemy has been
Never mind.
slain.
Maybe I actually survived in that case if I turn into Sobek.
Shut down.
Potentially.
Your right tower is
Oh.
under attack.
Maybe a kill? Nope. It's a shield situation.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy missing. Careful.
It's unfortunate. I was really looking for that.
Enemy ultimate down. Enemies in the right jungle. Be careful.
Too bad. Follow me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy spoken. Enemy ultimate down.
Ultimate is down.
Yeah, taking too much poke. It's the fucking early Brachis Harp. Does so much extra damage. I thought about it.
Finally, a challenge. Your left tower is
Interesting.
under attack.
I can stay in Achilles as long as I have my 2 active.
Enemy has been slain.
Weird.
The pain makes us feel alive.
Yeah, me.
An enemy has been slain.
Some of my blue. That's unfortunate. Why is he in armor stance is a good question. Maybe because he felt like he was dying too much early on, so he just decided to go into that. I could see why, but I do agree that naked stance is just better.
Retreat left lane.
Damn, I have to look at this fucking armor for the rest of the game now. Fucking hell. Go away! He dies at least, but... What is this? Why is there a party in solo now?
Your left tower is under attack.
Alright, you know what? If this is the game we're playing it. Where the fuck is it? Let's do this shit. Alright, my team cleaning up. That's good.
Left tower is under attack.
Double kill.
Let's go defend this.
Your right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
Yep, yep.
It's nothing. No problem. Enemies in the right jungle.
Your left tower is under attack.
Welcome to hell!
No, you stupid transformation, man! They canceled the auto.
Enemy missing middle.
Probably also took a shit ton of creep damage. Yeah, man, creep damage diff. I had to try though.
An ally has been slain.
He healed a lot too.
Your left tower is under attack.
Maybe I just turn into him. Maybe that's the play. Do I just outplay him on his own god? Maybe that's the best choice.
Destroyed a middle
I don't know
enemy
why.
tower.
Dude, Nemesis. It's actually perfect for me for these 1v1s.
Your left tower is under attack.
Maybe I should have thought about that. Oops. He's actually getting the tier 2. Fuck.
Middle lane.
Fogman army.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
Enemy ultimate down. On my way.
An enemy
Fuck,
has been
man.
slain. Unstoppable. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing left. Be careful right.
Attack the Gold Fury.
There's no running from me. My domain.
Slain an enemy.
Ooh. Stealth. No, another armor. Damn, I'm gonna start collecting these.
The pyromancer has arrived.
It's honestly just the creep diff. If it's just me and him, I should be able to win the trade somewhat easily. But the extra creep damage coming in is crazy.
Your right tower.
This time he's shelled though. Like, I really should turn into Cupid. It should be just be a free kill. He has no way of defending against my ult.
Enemy ultimate down.
Ward here.
Judgment is my domain.
Destroyed a left enemy tower.
One strike. Balance is on.
An ally has been slain.
Did a lot of damage to him.
That's too bad. Completed.
Enemy ultimate down.
Enemy missing middle.
I don't want to TP with no ult. They do have 2 ADCs. Probably should keep a ward on fire at all times. Yeah, the double crit is not gonna be easy. No.
There's no running from me. Let's settle this in style. Balance my style. Let me tip the scales.
The pain makes us feel
Enemies in
alive.
right jungle.
Enemies in left lane.
I'm just gonna keep running. I'm not taking any chances. No way! Oh, I live.
Thanks. Enemy ultimate down.
An enemy has been slain.
I actually thought I was just dead, so I almost just stood still.
Follow me.
No worries.
That would have been not good. Oh, maybe you still get some.
Shut down.
For me. I'll be back to fix this mess.
Enemy spotted. Defend the fury. Completed.
On my way.
No worries.
Get right lane.
Be careful, middle. My opulence.
An enemy has been slain.
Attack the gold fury.
On my way.
On my way. Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
Huge. I do feel like Nem is generally the best for me to turn into in both like chasing down kills as well as getting out. Sobik could definitely be better for getting out, I guess, but Nem aspect maybe has turn on potential. And I do like the thought of that. Look at all these armors. Jesus.
Enemy missing. Careful left. Careful left.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Judgment is my domain.
I really wanted that kill. So badly. I've reached the point where I definitely should just win, because as long as I hit my 1-2 combo, I am just in an automatic advantage in these skirmishes.
Gang left on my left.
Enemy spotted.
An enemy has been
I got behind.
On my way. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. Attack left lane.
Just left Ymir. Looks like it's going quite well for him though, all things considered.
An ally has been slain.
Enemy ultimate down.
Yes!
Double kill. Killing spree. They're gonna. An enemy has been slain.
Judgment is my domain. There's no running from me. Judgment is my domain.
Rampage.
Sure beats that.
Okay.
Aw. He got the boar bug as well, where he just couldn't do anything in the boar. They just didn't do a shit.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, Rage, so many people have left the game, you know? So, if you thought it was varying in skill levels before, imagine how it is now. Usually it's a bit more consistent when Nika is also queuing. I don't know if he's playing today, but like the Nika queue tends to be, you know, generally where people are looking to get a good queue.
Hot fun.
An ally has been slain.
Gank right lane. On my way.
Balance. There's no running from me.
Slain an enemy.
Scales. Help middle lane.
Glorious tools of war.
Hello there.
Enemies at the fire
Attack the
giant.
gold fury.
Ward the fire Attack the gold fury. Ward the
Yes,
fire giant.
attack.
Enemy spotted.
Defend the fire giant. The enemy team has destroyed the fire. Your middle tower is under attack.
Not really much we could have done about that. Even if they started running, it wouldn't have made it in time. Getting gold is just better.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury. Your middle tower is under
But yeah,
attack.
I mean that's the annoying part about them having an ADC on the left side of the map.
Enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your right tower is under attack.
There's no running from me.
Retreat left lane.
Good luck.
It's nothing.
Yummy.
Guess I'll go back left, push it up.
Be careful, middle.
That's a very big pickup.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Man, dude, Sobek is just the worst for me to deal with because his 3 just hits someone on my team and it spreads to me. Let's get out if you can, boys.
Good luck.
That's so unfortunate. That was legitimately a good fight. Until that happened.
Has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
Like, what do we even go with? Could do Silver for poking purposes, but for one-shotting, I'm not really sure.
Has been destroyed. Your middle
Book could be
Phoenix
nice for
is under attack.
survivability.
Your middle Phoenix has been destroyed.
I mean, no, man.
Your Titan is
He
under
lives,
attack.
but that's crazy. He just walks in there. Ah, that sucks. No, man. That's so annoying that we lost off of that single fight. Unfortunate. Close to quitting on installing again. Yeah, I mean, generally I recommend doing that if you don't enjoy the game, you know? You know, the people are part of the game, so... Was cooking that last fight. Yeah, I'm not sure how that went so wrong. I thought we were winning that so heavily. I did kind of waste my ult, though. I think in this fight, I don't know, it was just a bad Morgan game overall, because I feel like all the what's it called? Transformations are kind of ass. There's nothing that's just immediately that's the one. Maybe I should have done Sol. Maybe Sol in that teamfight would actually have been the best, and just put out some heavy teamfight damage, rather than turning into Nemesis, but... I was turning into Nemesis hoping I could pick up one of the quick ADCs, like one of the ADCs real fast, but they both just fucking jumped and dashed away instantly when I went in. I thought at least one of them had used it. Ugh. But oh well. Can't win them all. I don't really blame the people as much. I think it's just more that there's just not that many players left in the game. So automatically you're obviously going to get people that are not on the same level, because they haven't played the game as long. It's just what it looks like when the player base is small in the game, unfortunately.
Select your god.
I assume he wants so big, as usual. I still think skill doesn't go away that easily though, Rage. I think in general when you play a game every single day, like Smite, like it's the same thing when adapting came back. Like for that one, like what was it, the Ndika Hazer tournament? Like he practically played the best on our team. And he hadn't played the game for 2 months. It's just in your core when you've played it for so long. But yeah, I think the jungle meta is... You can definitely carry very, very hard in jungle right now. But we'll see what happens next patch. I'll do a Hades game. But I do actually think the meta isn't that bad right now. Because they nerfed the annoying parts of tanks. Now tanks are still tanky, but the only damage they're doing for the most part is their own damage. It's not like weird-ass item damage that it was in the last patch. So it's still a step in the right direction. I do still think some tanks are, you know, a bit overwhelming looking at stuff like a Bracken and Odin, but a bit Mordred as well. For the most part, I think the meta is fine. Now I'm just back in this stage where I'm tired of the gods that are in the game and I need something new. What's the ADC meta? You just build crit. You build Rage, Deathbringer, Wind Demon, and that's about it. The rest is just, you know, like the usual, like Executioner and maybe a Brachis Harp depending on the god you're playing. And maybe you start Devos. I'm not 1000% sure on the exact builds, but all I know is you do go crit. I'm pretty sure you just start Rage, because you want to get it stacked as early as possible. Because that item is crazy. I've been meeting Chalk a lot lately. Why did he come back? No one needed him. Oh, Samu, I took his Hades. I see. You can start turfing. Yeah, that's also the new item. Yeah, the new item turfing is pretty good. Like I generally see people start with a few different things at this point. Some people start Rage. Some people still start Devos. Some people start turfing. So I guess just look up some ADC builds, or just try stuff out for yourself. See what you feel like you like the most. Some of it also just depends on gods. Like Jingwei, I would always just say start Rage because you want that crit. I think turfing is good if you want to box. Like if you want to do something like on her, I think turfing is nice. You want to fight on Rama as well, but maybe that's just me. Right. What am I doing? What am I building? I'm doing Aegis. That's what I'm doing. Because I don't want to get Jack ulted into oblivion.
Hi.
Their soul is for the taking.
And it is in fact an aspect Jack again. Which is good for me. It is funny. When I play aspect Jack, I feel like it is the more fun option, but I still don't think it's the better option. I do think the healing is just way better at the moment.
Minions have
Aspect Jack is only worth it if you're building full damage. And building full damage is so risky, because Jack is not exactly the fastest god in the game. You can very easily just get jumped and die instantly. But my god, I love playing full aspect Jack, or for that full damage aspect Jack. That shit's super fun. I might be too late. Shouldn't have done another auto. Oh, I made it just in time.
Attack the minion! Okay, have fun. Enemy missing! Cancel that! Enemy missing middle! Be careful left!
Thanks!
Okay,
Your middle tower is under attack. An ally has been slain.
enemy missing! Enemy missing!
It's so funny. Today is interesting, for sure. I think I've been losing every single game early on so far today. Except for one, actually. I did win that game. I just want my team not to be too far behind once I actually get to rotate. Or, if they fall so far behind that their opponents decide that it's my turn to get fucked up. That's even worse.
Enemy missing middle! Be careful left!
My first game today, I was ganked by the ADC at level 5. Like, what the fuck was that? Under my own tower. Playing Aladdin. The shit was criminal.
slain.
Man, would have loved to rotate.
No problem. Keep smiling.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Be careful.
An ally has been slain.
Enemy missing right.
Enemy missing middle.
Have fun.
Who is getting fed? Jungler is getting fed. And the mid, I suppose.
Okay.
You're a lunatic.
Kneel for the fire. Bear down upon you.
Alright.
Keep smiling.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Be right back.
Spotted. Retreat.
I do need to back.
Enemy missing right.
Ultimate is ready.
I'm just gonna stay safe. Screw it. I'm going for the safe build because I do not know what's gonna happen. If I get ganked by a Pele and a Shock when the Pele is fed, I have little chance of survival this early. So, Helm of Radiance it is.
Ultimate is ready. On my way.
Middle lane.
Be careful left. Enemies in the left. An enemy has been slain. Your left tower is
That's an
under
ult.
attack. Killing spree.
It's only good that I'm currently winning this matchup. Because I think the only chance Shock has early is early. If it's aspect, full damage aspect Shock. This matchup only gets worse for him as the further we
Enemy
go.
team has destroyed the Gold Fury. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Need to be careful they don't TP to me here. Since they just gank left.
Completed.
Enemy missing right.
Your left tower is under attack.
Be careful, middle. On my way. Ultimate is ready. Enemy spotted. Ultimate is ready.
ultimate down! An ally has been slain.
That's not good.
Your left
Do not
tower
need a
is
fetching
under
way
attack.
as well. I suppose he already
Middle
is.
tower is under
Cupid is
attack.
quite far behind. I think Cupid is one of those gods I wouldn't go turfing. I definitely think Braggy's Harp is just better on him.
Gank left lane.
I'll just push tower. Okay,
Your
he
left
blinked.
tower is under attack.
He definitely doesn't mind pressing his buttons. Not necessarily a bad thing.
Be careful left.
Sometimes I hold on to my beats a bit too much.
An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
Ultimate down.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Didn't want to have to ult, but whatever. I definitely don't do a whole lot of damage.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Tactical fury. Group up.
Here, be careful.
Enemy ultimate. Your left tower is under attack.
Ultimate is down.
No problem.
On my way.
Attack.
An enemy has been slain.
No.
Damn. Pale and blue.
Gank left.
Your left tower is under attack.
My blue's done? Who did my blue? I guess Pele just did that? Damn. Or before doing the mid cams maybe? Whoops.
Enemy missing. Killing spree.
Be right back.
Nice job.
Enemy ultimate down. The enemy team has destroyed the pirate. Your right tower has been destroyed. You have slain an enemy. Your right tower is under attack.
On my way. Attack.
Be careful, right. Enemy missing middle.
Enemies in the left lane.
Enemy missing left.
Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way.
Take the enemy. Ultimate is ready. Ultimate is ready.
Ultimate is ready.
Ultimate is down.
Ultimate is ready.
Ultimate is down. Ultimate is ready.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Behind us.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. An enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
It's not really a good fight, I think. Let's get Polly first.
Enemy ultimate down. Dang, you're out of my world.
An ally has been slain. Enemies in the left jungle.
Let's see if Agni pushes.
Completed. Enemy ultimate down.
An ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemies in left lane. Don't be sad.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
Oops. No problem.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing middle. Enemy spotted.
Enemy missing right.
Gank middle lane. Ultimate is ready. Ultimate is ready. Attack.
Enemy missing right. Be careful, middle.
An enemy has been
I'm hearing
slain.
Chuck. What the hell did he?
Retreat.
Enemy ultimate down.
Yes.
Ultimate is down.
Slain an
Eh,
enemy.
battled.
Keep smiling.
Be right back.
No problem.
Spirit will
Killing spree.
always live on.
Retreat.
Ultimate is ready.
We could have done it, but we need everyone to go there. And I don't want Chuck to suddenly run up behind us.
Be careful.
Completed. Bye.
We already got some good kills there. No really need to push it. Guess I can just get Tara while he does that.
Enemy missing middle. Enemies in the right jungle.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Group up. Attack middle lane.
Enemy missing right.
Ultimate is ready. Attack. Attack.
An ally has been slain.
Enemy ultimate down. Smiling. No problem. Enemy ultimate down.
I haven't really done a whole lot of rock maxing in a while. Suppose I could do it a bit this game. Rocks are just a bit underwhelming now.
Enemies in the left jungle.
Enemies at the Cold Fury.
Okay.
Attack fire giant.
Okay. Spot. Attack.
Enemies behind us.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Ultimate is ready.
This looked like a really good fight. Maybe it's not. It's a 2 for 2 at least. Never mind, there we go. Hopefully not wrong.
Spree. Double kill. Your team has destroyed a left. Triple kill. Killing spree.
Thanks.
Deicide.
Attack
It's fine. Just get the towers and then go gold. You can still make it.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. Your team has destroyed the gold steward.
Ultimate is ready!
Enemies in the right lane, in the middle lane.
I'll defend right. Be
Ultimate is
careful.
ready.
Hades has a very like calm, almost like a dimmed voice, a numbing voice. Ah, boys.
Double kill.
Enemy ultimate down.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been an enemy. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemies at the fire giant.
Your right tower is under attack.
On my way.
Defend.
On my
I hesitated, man. I hesitated on who to go for, as well as should I just stay on fire and try and steal. It's a good jump. Damn, huge.
Nice job.
It's been a pretty sloppy day for me, I feel like. I'm making a lot of really dumb mistakes.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Damn. People need to just group.
Double kill.
And suddenly that was really bad.
Your middle tower is under attack.
No problem.
Your middle tower has been
I'm
destroyed.
not 20.
enemy ultimate incoming. Retreat.
Your middle phoenix is under attack. Radiant. Your middle phoenix is destroyed. Killing spree. Your
Give me
Titan
20,
is
man.
under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Ultimate is ready. Attack.
Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Kirby's ult was back up. The fuck?
An enemy has been slain.
On my follow me.
I'm trying to save a Wheelix for no reason, man. Just making sure they weren't going for him. That was just stupid. Dude, what's the plan? Just get out, man.
Yes. I'm so sorry.
If we die anymore, we just lose the game. More beats.
Enemy ultimate down.
One screw up and we could still win this fight, so I'm glad they're backing off here. And he just... Oh no, Cupid, my dude. And there's a Capriol again, man. Capriol is a lifesaver for them this game. Actually kind of carrying. Like, what fucking cooldown does he have? Oh, yes, Cross Pendant.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your left tower is under attack.
Yeah, I didn't use book. I didn't get anything off in time. I was pressing my Aegis. So far, my Aegis and my book have been kind of just not used this game. I've been playing it badly.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Ward the fire. Five. Retreat middle lane. Ward.
I'll buy some fucking wards. There's a few reasons why this game has gone kind of rough for me. Is that we never have vision on them. Every time I fight, I tend to like go in when we've already kind of lost the fight. Like we never actually as 5 going in. It's been a bit awkward. Like Hades isn't really great at going in by himself, because you can just go on him very easily. He still struggles if everyone just focuses him down. He is just a mage after all. Like right now, I don't know why we're fighting him mid. Or how we're getting caught in the first place.
Group up, group up.
That's exactly what I mean.
Your middle Phoenix is under attack.
Bringing this battlefield back to nature.
Your middle Phoenix has been destroyed.
Not a single time have we just had a 5v5 fight where we aren't just... Like, where someone just isn't just getting picked off. We're always just on the back foot.
I believe in you.
Retreat.
Your team has destroyed the fire tower.
We can still defend with us, that's good. It's a huge steal.
No problem. Nice job.
Ultimate is ready.
Enemies in the right lane.
Enemies in the middle lane. Slain an enemy.
Enemy missing middle.
Be careful
Big.
right. The
That was
Pyromancer has
kind of an
arrived.
int. Almost from Kepri there. But I'll take it. We need it.
Spotted.
On my way.
Shut down. Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Slain an enemy.
Wait.
Curses.
Attack middle lane. Ultimate is ready.
Let me heal on the way for Awilix.
Spotted. Spotted.
That's fine, just push mid.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Dude, the Capri one? Oh, thank God we ended. The Capri one actually stopped. Does it silence as well? Because I couldn't press anything. That was so awkward.
Victory.
Yeah, let them throw. That was just lucky from us, honestly. We should not have won this game. I honestly played like shit. Like, lowest out of everyone, basically, outside of the support on Hades is really bad. This was not a good Hades game from me. I'll take the carry from my team, though. I had some decent plays, but definitely did not carry in this one. It silences? Dude, that's crazy. That's absolutely wild for how long that lasts, and you can't do anything while you're inside of it. I didn't even know that. You don't always have to carry. You're right, but I know I can play better than this. It's mostly there, you know. It lies in my pride. I played bad this game. I don't beat myself up over it, though. It's just, I want to acknowledge it. I need to keep myself humble. Team refused to group. Yeah, I mean, our team was the same for the whole early game, pretty much. So, yeah, I get it. It's weird sometimes. We almost just threw at the end there as well. Like, your one on me was very well annoyingly timed, because I was just about to 3 the whole lot of you. Probably getting a huge heal out of it, doing a bunch of damage with it, but no. No set the Capri silence. No fun allowed. Ow. Just do the usual Afro ban. I definitely think you guys could have defended. It was just the problem was you guys went all in on the Phoenix siege. All you needed to do was give up the Phoenix and just simply slow us down. I think Chuck generally had a rough time trying to figure out how to play. Because Aspect Chuck just does not want to go in. He does not want to initiate. He wants to sit back, throw access, and just keep the rain up. If he does that, we're going to be so slowed. We won't be able to fight back as easily.
Select your god.
Sobek. Mr. Okami. But yeah, GG Samu. Samu, do you actually only play Hades? I'm curious, because there's a few people I've seen only play one god. I can't relate, I like variety, but like, do you get any experience on different gods? Damn, that was close. Gonna be a student eye again, I would imagine. Tapped out. I had to trade. Damn it. I hate those doors. Is this a beats game? Nah, I'll try Blink. See how it goes. Oh, it's Dutch. Dutch on the Bacchus. With the aspect as well. I need to be careful in solo then. Don't need Dutch to gank mid level 3. I do not know who the Cabrakan is. Maybe I can take advantage. Related high level queues, everyone seems to have main character syndrome. Trust me, it happens in the lower queues as well. It even happens in casuals. Unfortunately, no matter where you go in a team-based PvP game, people are gonna be like that, no matter where you go. I do agree with you, though. I do also hate it. But I've met it everywhere I go.
Awesome minions have spawned.
I have weighed your soul against the scales of fate. Enemies that are tightened.
I don't have any quips.
I have weighed your soul against the scales of fate. It came up light. Attack the minions.
Actually, before I do that, I should take his backs.
First blood.
Sorry.
Yes, no problem. Enemy missing middle. Be careful left. Enemy missing.
Do I try to level my 2 for once? I haven't done that in my 2 at all. Maybe I'll try and do that this game. Should be nice into Cabrakan. Dude, Okami just a nice guy of Smite. Yeah, Okami's a nice guy. There's a few though. I tend to remember the nice guys more than the negative ones, because I don't really want to give attention to all the negative ones.
Enemies have returned middle.
And I just naturally enjoy playing the game more if I'm on the same team with someone who's just nice and just loves to play the game. I don't need them to be happy, you know? I just don't need them to be annoying. It's my only criteria, really. I just don't like when people start like throwing shade at everyone else just because maybe someone made a mistake, or maybe they made a mistake but they're blaming someone else for it. Like all that shit. It's just, that's the shit that makes me not want to play, because I enjoy playing the game a lot. So if anything, it's generally like, it's the community in online games that makes me not want to play online games. I don't need all that drama. It's just annoying.
An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Sorry.
Enemy
Your left
missing!
tower is under attack.
Enemy missing middle!
Enemies
Enemy
incoming.
missing.
Gank, 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 gank.
On my way! Enemy spotted!
On my
An enemy.
Falling back! I'm returning middle lane!
Be right back.
I'm returning middle lane!
Nice job.
sorry.
I kind of just prefer living with the axe at this point. I feel like it's just so nice for the ranged poke. In fights like that, I prefer having the axe over the 2, even though the 2 just has all these extra effects, like the protection buffs and stuff is super nice. So it probably is better,
I will ward!
just like it was in Smite 2, but or in Smite 1.
Okay. Very good. Enemies Be careful left.
Enemies in the left jungle!
Thanks.
An ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack.
It's definitely gonna be rough in ADC, because they're probably on comms, those 2.
Enemies have
Gank
returned to
right
base!
lane. On my way.
Enemies have
Your
returned to
left
base!
tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted!
Your left tower is
Gank
under
right lane.
attack.
Ward here!
It was on fast, so yeah, they have a very clear ward. Good to know.
Be careful middle.
Enemy spotted!
I'll
Be
attack.
careful left! Very
Be
good!
careful.
Help!
I want to help left so badly, but it would be so stupid of me to rotate now. I'm gonna fall so far behind in XP.
Hi!
An ally has been slain. Your left
Enemy
tower
ultimate
is under
down! Enemy
attack.
ultimate down! Fabulous!
Your
What did he just pop? Pendulum blade. Creeps didn't show up. I would have been there.
Attack! Enemy spotted. Cancel that.
Enemy ultimate down.
Good
Not too
game.
bad.
Attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Middle lane. An ally has been slain. Awesome. On my way. An ally has been slain. Good game.
It's a weird bracket rotation.
No bits mid.
Gank middle lane.
Enemy missing middle. Left lane.
Enemy spotted.
Okay, man. Cabrakan just he has like 5 fucking abilities. It's so insane that they did this. How did they do this to him?
Brother, second fucking angle my speed.
Good game.
It's insane, man.
Your left tower is under attack.
When you found the GF stones, you mean like Fire Giant? Because they've been nerfed. They're not really great. They only give 1 now. It's a waste of time for me. Like in an actual like competitive S game, I would do it with my jungler every time he rotated over.
Gank.
But if my jungler doesn't do that, I generally don't go for it. But farming rocks when they only give 1 stat is just generally not worth it. Like I would rather go to my back camps and get gold and XP instead than go for 1 rock that's barely gonna make a difference. They're not bad. It's just, you know. Wait, what am I
Enemies in
seeing?
left lane.
What did I just see? The hell? Sort of like a purple effect. Could only have been a Wheelix with a 3.
Your left tower is under attack. Enemy missing right. Be right back. Enemies in the left jungle. Your middle tower is under attack. Enemies in the left jungle. Help left lane. Your middle tower is
I'll just sit back either way now.
An ally has been slain. Yes, yes, yes.
Not really gonna be able to deal with Bracken. That's a damage chuck. But looks like I'm still ahead in XP.
Enemies at the Gold Fury.
Ultimate ready. On my way. On my way.
Your left tower is under attack. Behind us. An enemy has been slain.
Capra is gonna be behind you guys.
Retreat. Fabulous. An ally has been slain.
Are we doing any damage?
Killing spree. You have slain an enemy. Double kill. Enemy down. Double kill. Shut down.
Oh well. Got something at least.
Quiet.
Save yourself.
No. Defend. Yeah.
Telling people to chill always works. Don't worry, guys. We can definitely still win this game, but we need to probably stop fighting all the time. Just farm a bit, look for opportunities instead. I feel like this game is just non-stop fighting and we aren't winning any of it. I'll be able to carry late game team fights if I just get there. But I kind of need people to not be feeding a little too hard before we get to that.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy missing right. Cancel that.
Retreat left
Your
lane.
left tower is under attack.
Attack by
Enemy
fire.
missing right. Awesome.
Attack. Attack middle
Killing
lane.
spree. Your left tower has been destroyed. Your left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
No problem.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Enemy missing right. Careful middle.
Ultimate is ready. Enemies in middle lane.
Right back. On my way. Gate
Quiet.
left lane. Your left tower is under attack. Gate left lane. On my way.
No problem.
I'll defend middle lane.
Thanks.
Doesn't matter. Honor just start trolling now. Honor, can you just take this serious? Play the game.
He's a kid, don't worry.
Enemy spot.
We need wards.
We could have killed Jingwei there if you just followed. We can still win this, we just need to chill a bit. And yes, we do need more eyes on left if we can. Like, I hate that stuff. If you start trolling when we have a potential, like, comeback, like, right there.
Enemies in your right tower is under attack.
I'll attack right lane.
Have fun.
Help right lane. Right lane. Your right tower is destroyed.
Completed.
Ward mid right. Fight.
Still keeping up in farm.
An ally has been slain. You are fabulous. On my way. Shut down.
This could be good.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Attack middle lane. Cancel that. Ward middle. Ward here.
I will ward
With us being far behind, this is only gonna get worse with me being a full damage chuck. There's a reason why this isn't generally good.
Good game.
It takes a long time to really get online. And if you fall behind, it is absolute dog shit. Because I'm suddenly a Chuck who is not tanky.
Enemies at the fire giant.
And I don't do enough damage to kill anyone.
Ward here.
Double kill. Killing spree. Shut down.
Left lane.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed. Have slain an enemy. Your left Phoenix is under attack.
Completed. Fabulous. Enemies
No
in the
problem.
left lane. On my way.
Your left Phoenix is under attack.
You're such an annoying cunt, bro. Shut the fuck up and start playing the game.
Have fun. Enemy spotted.
What? I feel we definitely fight. Like, how is it Wheelix not dying for that?
Enemy
An ally has been slain.
I could have played that better though. I knew he was gonna 2. I should have just waited for it before I ulted. If I land the ult, I should be able to get the kill. Let's just grab this.
Enemies in the left. Good game.
I would make that big one, maybe.
Let's just try. Might as well. Go for it. Quick.
Big one, big one.
Your right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the fire tower. Your right tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Yeah, they just opened one left.
Your right tower is under attack.
Damn. Okay, so actually,
ultimate incoming.
Be careful middle. Careful middle.
Retreat. 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 Save yourself.
An ally has been
Rule
slain.
yourself.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your right tower is under attack.
Be careful middle. Careful middle. Retreat. I'll attack left lane.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Okay. CC down. Dude. Damn it! That would have been so good too. No, just get out if you can, boys. That's on me. That's crazy, man. I was so ready for the big play. Good snipe. I also don't know why Nemesis was running around in left though. Should have just been here. Ra's been playing this pretty well, I would say. Maybe I can defend in time.
Your left Phoenix is under attack.
Man. I hate having beats. That shit didn't go off in time. Something hit me and I do not know what it was. Oh well. Hey Sav, are you in queue or are you just chilling? I think I need brawlers this game. Probably should have had it earlier.
I have weighed your soul. Get
The Anubis just heals too much.
a team of love. Come and get me. I'm coming.
Yeah, the queue is a bit rough. It's been alright, I would say, earlier, but it's been going down as the stream went on.
Enemy spotted.
Yeah, I actually think I survived there if I just had Aegis. Like, I just prefer having Aegis on Chuck when it's full damage Chuck. Because once you go in, you have nothing. Having Aegis to survive just a little bit, to have cooldowns get back up, actually feels kind of nice. But
The Pyromancer has
it's not that Blink is necessarily bad, like quote-unquote bad. But it's just so awkward to get off sometimes.
Enemy fire giant.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your right tower is under attack.
Retreat middle lane.
Sealed.
Enemies at the fire giant.
Completed.
That's too bad. On my way. Yank.
Defend left lane.
On my way.
Have fun. Defend middle lane.
No problem. Attack the minions.
What are you going to do?
Destroyed the fire giant.
Someone pick up dagger. This shouldn't be me. That was a good fight. I got a huge ult in that fight. Ra kind of did the good setup for it
Fury.
Yes.
with the snipe on Anubis.
Escape me. Enemies in right lane. Attack the Gold Fury.
On my way. Be careful, right.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy spotted. Be careful.
He's not alone.
Yes.
Enemies in the middle lane.
Very good. You rock, but don't get caught. Defend.
Has arrived.
On my way.
Enemies at the fire giant. Attack the Gold Fury.
Enemy spotted. The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your left Phoenix is under attack.
Set up an ambush here.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. I'm returning to base.
Set up an ambush here. Enemy spotted.
An enemy cuts with I'm back.
Enemies behind us.
People just need to look behind them, man.
Attack middle tower. That's too bad.
Guess I'm just a crusher. I do think passion is on a low note overall as well on my end. I just enjoy playing the game, but I'm definitely not like... I don't know how to put it really, because I don't dislike playing the game. I just don't feel passionate about it.
Enemies have returned.
I just enjoy it on a very basic level at the moment. It's so dry. Maybe that's the best way I can put it. Because I just don't have a god that I naturally just go towards that I just want to play. Not right now anyway. But that's how it is going to be every single patch. Until there is enough gods in the game to get some variety, and you can go all the way back around and think, yeah, I haven't played this god in a while, maybe I'll play that for a little bit. That just isn't really a thing in Smite 2, because you can play anything, just... Everything that's good is just so easily played.
Enemy spotted. On my way. Set up an ambush here.
Like, you can just play everything in the game too easily right now.
Enemy spotted.
Oops.
Stay here.
Like, how many gods is there? Like 45 or something like that?
Ward here.
Be careful. Enemy ultimate incoming.
No bits and no bits.
Ultimate is down.
Enemy spotted.
Has arrived.
They're really split.
Ultimate is ready.
Can we engage? If you hit a plaque, we kill him instantly. I have my ult.
Ultimate is ready. Gang.
Ward here.
I'm gonna back for my wards.
Ward here.
When he's be ready for fire.
Enemies at the fire giant. Enemies at the fire giant.
Big one, big one.
been slain.
Retreat.
Good game.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant. Killing spree. Slain an enemy. Shut down. You have been slain.
They're all pretty low.
Is under attack.
I can't do shit. I have no fucking beats.
Yeah, they might not be able to push as a result of it. We'll see. Tanks are like 50% and Anubis was like 10%.
Enemies have returned to base. I have weighed your soul against the scales of
Damn, I don't think I could have played that fight any better, honestly. I did so much damage that fight. But once again, I just couldn't find a good window to like ult and like aspect shock also makes it really hard to actually run blink because it generally I don't want to go in with my ult first. I want to poke and then go in. It's super awkward for me to use. I think I just need to kind of let go in my mind that I shouldn't be using it and just accept that. Oh, are we getting Phoenix?
very good.
We got Phoenix. That's awesome.
And we still lose. Look at that. Look at that.
The enemy
Oh.
team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
That's too bad.
Let's see if I can manage to get red real fast. I lost my train of thought, but oh yeah, it's just that it's stupid for me to try and blink first.
Enemies in middle lane.
Retreat. Good drink, eh?
Gank right lane.
When they siege, just play around me poking them. They shouldn't be able to just go in.
Killing spree.
That's too bad.
Shut
It's 1-for-1 at least, but does kind of suck losing here for this.
The White Phoenix is under attack.
I will defend. I will defend. You can chase. Get a pick. In the bush. In the bush. In the bush.
Anubis here.
Attack the Titan.
We can end, I think.
Can you just go get mid tower? We can just go right. Phoenix is already down.
Ultimate, it's down. Ultimate is down. The glow.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Yeah, just get towers. Fuck it.
Actually, we can end, I think.
Double kill.
You are welcome.
Killing spree.
You rock, but don't get
Your
cocky.
team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Destroyed a middle enemy Phoenix.
Oh, you rock my world.
Your team
Jesus.
Attack left tower.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy phoenix.
Retreat. Attack fire giant.
I'm returning to base. We need war.
Rise doing this really well. He has some great snipes.
You cannot escape me. Your pride will not go unpunished. I will ward.
Your team has destroyed the fire. An enemy has been slain.
Interesting that he actually went for that. Because they need, like, Student 9 to be alive.
Attack right lane.
I might, I guess. I'll trade myself for the Anubis.
Enemy phoenix. Attack the Titan. No problem.
Another good snipe. I think they did, yeah, they just didn't. Yeah, I didn't even see Anubis, so that one was on me again.
Or welcome.
Victory.
But that was a pretty good display on how good Aspect Chalk is against sieging. Because the rain is just so powerful. It puts the carries in such a bad spot that not only are they slowed, they have anti-attack speed and they're taking damage with the Aspect, so it's so hard for them to actually get in. And I can just keep poking. I just need to be careful. It's scary into something like Bacchus and like Sobek, because I don't want to get plugged or jumped. But I think I was willing to just ult it as a response if I needed to. My ult wasn't the relevant part of this game. I just had to make sure that I was getting all my poke out. Still, I do think I positioned myself pretty badly in some of these fights. Yeah, they had a tough team to go into there. And it also doesn't help you that we didn't have a second front line. Because I wasn't really there to create space, I was just there to poke. Being Aspect Chuck. While I could create space in some matches, this is definitely a match where I couldn't do that. Like in some cases you can definitely just ult in and still survive. This was not really one of those comps. And I feel like they were looking for me a lot of the time, so I tried not to go in that much. Didn't matter though. I still ended up getting Anubis ulted and died instantly in the last fight anyway. That happened quite often. Yeah, I mean, my job was mainly just poking. And I could do that, but sometimes I just positioned myself really stupid, and I died as a result of it. Like, it's obviously reinforced by the fact that I was against Cabrakan, who will just naturally, no matter what, do a better job than me as a frontline. He's just the perfect frontline. Yeah, it was a stressful game, yeah. But at least we won it. Spawn a speed ring. Sure. wasn't for Yoda Ragecraft is to get ganked by 4 people. Dude, I completely understand how you feel. Like this shit happens to me sometimes too, but it's just important to understand as well that if it's going well on the opposite side of the map, sometimes sometimes we need to be sacrificed, right? But I completely get you. It's tilting as hell. I'm a pretty calm person. It takes a lot for me to tilt, but that shit can tilt the shit out of me too. Even more so if nothing is happening as a result of it. But it was tough because we were kind of getting smacked on every lane in the beginning. And you were against essentially a duo queue, right? You were against Studnai and Dutch. They usually use comms, so that also makes it much harder to do. Yeah, Nem was focusing on solo for sure. Like he was evading blue and stuff, which helped me a lot. So, which ultimately didn't really work anyway, because the Cabrakan just sold me because he's a very balanced god. He just CC'd me to death. Me being a squishy ass Chuck couldn't really survive that. So that was kind of wasted. That's not really on him though. That's just me playing a bad matchup. This queue is pretty long. Alright, Kami, have a nice one. It's been some good games. You got so big a lot today. So I imagine you had a good time. I'm gonna see if I can get something fun in my last game. I will not be tryharding in my last with the Mordred Cabrakins and the Hades. I want to just chill and play something weird. Hopefully not at the expense of my team. I'll still try to win. This is a pretty good team. It's Ben Afro as usual.
Select your god.
Kali for me it is. I did say I wasn't gonna try hard, but I kind of don't count Kali solo as a tryhard pick because I do think she's not that good in solo. But I mean, Kali is still Kali if you hit late game, so it's the same thing with Aladdin. Like most things will beat them in lane, I would argue. Well, most things that are actually good in solo. Right, the snake boss. What? Where the hell is it? There it is. Okay. Didn't mean to bonk it. No, so close. Aw. No, not the tap out. Alright, I'm pausing. Don't want to fucking up. Don't want to end up fucking the boss up. What the hell am I against? It's gonna be raw. That is gonna be a pretty boring matchup. But oh well. At least it's a matchup where I should be able to just farm. And I will definitely be a more useful pick late game, hopefully. They don't really have a front line. They have 2 support mages. But we also only have a Ymir.
Minions have spawned.
He's starting in lane. He's starting in lane and right, so careful on speed. There might be on it.
Be careful.
Actually he's level 2, so he should be good. Oh, they should be good. These fucking creeps. I don't understand how they're still doing that, and how that hasn't been fixed.
Enemy missing left. Be careful. Be careful.
Okay.
First.
Okay. Extra. Enemy missing middle. Thanks.
Too bad. Bathe in the glow.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemies incoming left.
An ally has
I think we just F6. I'm not gonna lie.
Nice work.
your left tower is under attack.
Don't give up on me, Dutch. I need you, man.
And I have second pick book into. I'm not even gonna say anything.
Attack, attack, attack.
Okay.
Pele wasn't right. Careful, she could TP to left.
Retreat, retreat.
Your left tower is
Do we know if 10 will hit the server? Well, 10... I don't believe 10 is the next one, right? It's 9. It should be Monday. The next patch hits, if you're talking about that one.
your left tower is under attack.
Thanks.
And then the 10, I would imagine, is going to be 2 weeks after. It's usually been like a 2-week-ish patch cycle. I need 75 gold.
Enemies in the left jungle. Bye. Enemies in the left jungle. Be careful, left. Enemy spotted. Enemy missing. A fair choice.
It's got a bit of an XP lead. Small one.
Completed.
Your right tower is under attack.
I wonder what he's going to build here, though.
An ally has been slain.
Would have thought I was going to do more damage with a full combo, but I guess I mean, yeah, I have
I'll gank.
no stacks on my trans yet, and no int to really boost up my power, so.
An ally has been slain.
Attack.
Your right tower is under attack. An ally has been slain.
Oh well, now it's looking pretty bad. If we're diving kills and not getting them.
Nice work.
Cancel that. Cancel that. Cancel that.
Cancel that.
Bathe.
Seriously. Thanks.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate down.
Ah, we're killing this guy. Otherwise, I'm just running down. Why are you going on the Nah, you are not fucking real, bro.
Your left tower is under attack.
Probably the 19th, something like that, I would imagine. Like, do we even know anything about OP10 though?
An ally has been slain. Killing spree. Slain an enemy.
The mess will have to wait.
An ally has been slain.
Get out of there! We're gonna have some new. Always live.
I'll take that kill over Noah.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Today has been kind of weird though, I'm not gonna lie. I can't say I've been enjoying today all that much, because every single game my teams have been super tilting. And when the vibe is off, I feel a bit off. Like, people will happily, you know, like once if we win, I turn it around, people are like, yeah, I'm sorry, man. I know, I was tilting a bit. Sure. I mean, that's great. I do appreciate people doing that too. It's just, can we not just tilt in the first place? Just chill a bit. Deep breaths.
Gank middle lane. Gank middle lane. Attack.
Granted, I'm not asking people to just not tilt at all. I completely understand why people tilt.
On my way.
Your left tower is under attack. Killing spree. Shut down.
That sucks. Oh well.
Get out of there! We're gonna have some new.
Doing more after? I might do one more, yeah. Depends on how long this game ends up being. But just one. I need to make some dinner soon. I can feel myself getting hungry. And the dog's unhappy with me. He's staring at me right now, right this second, telling me where the fuck is the food.
Cancel that.
Nah, not yet.
Stay here.
Your right tower is under attack.
Be careful that. Bang. Gank middle lane.
I'll tap in for one, sure. We'll definitely be against each other though, so
Your left tower is under attack.
I don't know if I can handle it. We're probably gonna play Hades or something.
Too bad.
I think if this game goes more than 25 to 30 minutes, probably just not gonna do another one.
Enemies in left
I'll be delaying my dinner way too much.
An ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack.
Enemies deleted. Gold Fury. It's gonna be okay.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Want to play Loki solo? Fair enough. Or why? Just for fun. I tried Loki solo, I just never made it work. I kind of wanted to make it work. But dude, Loki is actually just dog shit in solo. I feel like everything he meets he just loses to. And his wave clear is kind of dog shit too. It's so unsafe. Oh, this you just level the 2, I guess. You just spam the 2 until you clear the wave, which is generally what I found really boring about it. Can I? I can. I can't believe I had to go Divine Rune for this. Just because of Ra. I guess I just won't go for a Deso this game.
An ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
It's gonna be okay. No problem. Have fun.
I need Rod to push those waves, man. I don't want to go that far up.
Your middle tower is under attack.
They're too fucking funny with the random arguments.
Your left tower is under attack. An ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed. Down upon you. You have slain an enemy. Your left tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Ultimate is ready. Ultimate is down.
An enemy has been slain.
Me so sweet.
We do have to deal with on her though. There is a 4-level difference in duo. I did not even realize. Oh, it's Studna again on the on her. Yeah, makes sense. Damn, I could just completely ignore it looking at the duo in this game.
That will do.
Maybe I just shouldn't have gone Polly actually. Maybe I should have gone Deso after all.
Middle. I'll
Oh well.
attack left lane.
It don't matter. No, I actually don't think I should. I think Polly is... God damn it.
Left lane.
Should have gone to mid.
Rampage.
Defend middle lane.
Gank middle lane. Ultimate is
Attack
down.
middle lane.
Attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Gank.
Come, the party's this way.
The mess will have to wait.
Help.
Attack middle tower.
Your team
by the ice cream sandwich.
Destroyed the fire shot.
You've given me hope, Gamehunter.
You're so fucking good on your mirror, man. It's crazy.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
What a god.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it, Mark.
Yeah, you're welcome, man. I don't know why I took red. It's probably better on new well.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
On my way.
Your team has destroyed the gold fjord.
Killed it.
Unstoppable.
Lives on.
Your right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a left. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Attack left tower.
I have bomb for Phoenix if you want to go for it.
You just go metal, well.
Destroyed a left.
Maybe no good pally for ult. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, let's just go mid then.
Free your soul to the other side.
I don't know what my keeper just did, but I guess.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Oh, that wall kind of stopped mine too. Unfortunate.
I have a no up here. Oh, never mind.
I'm just healing up. I still want to fight this.
They're there.
Attack fire giant! Attack fire giant!
Be right back.
Time to hide the edge!
I'd rather just go and buy a full rod than do pyro right now.
Defend left lane. No worries. I'll attack the fire giant. Hello.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
Enemy missing.
Enemy spotted.
On my way.
Slain an enemy.
Enemy spotted.
I'm gonna chill until my ult is back up.
Yes.
Enemies have returned to base!
Attack middle tower.
destroyed a middle enemy tower.
I'm low. I'm gonna back. Just wait.
Help right lane.
No problem.
You do good.
I want to honor to walk in first.
Be right back.
Nice.
No worries.
The party's this way.
Lives on. Immortal. Deicide.
Well done, boys.
My goat, man. My goat.
You killed it. Bye.
Victory.
It's probably more on Bushy than it was on me in that game. I just got some nice picks early on, which got us a bit further back into the game. But Bushy played this really well. Alright, last game. And Dutch has some great walls too. I mean, they had one person on their team that can get through walls. Or over the wall. On her. It's just, Ymir was such a good pick here. And as long as people fall up on the walls, we are just getting a free pick. Which is what happened so many times. Did Rocco damage though? Kind of. He was definitely still very squishy. I do think Tank-Ra is actually okay if you still build almost full damage. I say Tank-Ra, but I mean Aspect-Ra. But again, I mean he was also just behind, so that also doesn't help. Where did I begin? I began here. Alright, 4-2. Not bad today. Look at these tryhard picks. I've been playing stuff today. The only fun one on that list is Kali. The wheel exalts of Ymir walls are pretty nasty. They are, yeah, for sure. If you can manage to actually just consistently hit it on the small knock-up, I think that is very, very good. It's just a very long-ranged knock-up. You guys did well. It was nasty looking at it, I can tell you that much. And I was happy I was not on the enemy team when that happened. Because that shit would have been so triggering. Getting Kimia walled into an, like as a knock-up, and then into a wheel exalt. There's no way I fucked up there. Alright, it's over. I'll do picks and pans now first. I didn't realize I had so little health left. Usual bans, I guess. GG, Samu. Maybe we play the Bari this game? Yeah, I'm kind of thinking Bari.
Select your god.
It's never Bari. Fuck that god. And Aladdin just shits on Bari anyway. The Goobus. Man. All these lasers. Need to get the fuck out of my way. Oh my god. Oh my god. Well, now I know what that is. It's the big suck. Into a goddamn explosion. Not again. Bonk. Cool. Boss complete. I do wonder how far I am from the end of this game. Hopefully I still got a ways to go. Otherwise I'll just have to screw around in the endless mode while I'm in queue. Sav, Emperor, okay. Yeah, I can feel myself getting a headache. Probably because I'm hungry. Let's make this a quick one. A quick one. Wait, what is that? It's mid Anubis. Where's the Loki solo, huh? Dude, what is their comp? They have so many like long-range stuns. I hate it. You convinced me not to play. I mean, okay, fair enough. It is fun though, right? It's still decently fun. No, to be fair, I do miss old Loki. As annoying as it was to deal with, I do really miss the old Loki and just some kind of wave clear for him, because I would love to play more Loki, but I think he's just so ass in solo, man. I've tried. I too, Sav, am looking for some golden light in the darkness of this game right now that will just keep the passion going. The only thing really keeping me going is Aladdin. Aladdin and Mordred, but I have played so much Mordred that I can't play it every game. Right now I just revert to either playing Mordred if I don't know what else to play, or I'll play the Aspect Jock, which is still fun, but I don't think it's very good. There's shit like Hades. I have a decent amount of go-tos, but I need something new. And I'm really looking forward to Guan.
Minions have spawned.
And Guan looks really fun. I don't really give a shit about the attack speed Guan. That shit looks stupid. But it's probably gonna be way better. The fuck is that stuttering? Don't do that. Oh, it's solo goobers. I'll just pick up my blue now. There's definitely some weird stuttering.
my bad.
Dude, something makes the game stutter and I don't know what it is. It's probably tied to some kind of god ability.
7 bits.
Be careful. Enemy missing.
Fucking shell, man. No, that didn't happen, man. I was waiting for cooldowns. That's so annoying. Wow. And the tower just betrayed me. My creeps betrayed me.
That's just awful.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. An ally has been slain.
Not really much to do here, but just farm for now. They have a scary comp.
Enemy missing. Oh, what a shame.
I'm primarily really scared of Thor.
Ik heb gesmet.
Enemy spotted.
Ik heb sowieso.
Torker.
a shame.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Recall.
Enemy missing. Be careful, right.
He's on the bush.
Yep, please come in.
Careful, right.
To me, Jimmy. Okay.
Be careful, left.
Just finish my shit, I suppose.
Why, aren't you a stand-up guy?
Shut down.
Targets.
Double kill.
Nice.
Killing spree.
Recall.
Your right tower is under attack.
To me, Jimmy. Right.
Be careful,
Does Thor have ult?
enemy missing.
No.
Capriel. Thor is 1 HP coming to you, Dodge.
Shut down.
Nice job.
You have that spark of magic in you. Recall. Enemy missing right.
Enemy missing left. Completing.
To me, Jimmy. To me.
They have a sentry in the bush, by the way.
Set up an ambush here.
Can we go on Capriel? He has no ult, just ult him.
To me, Jimmy. Enemy missing right.
An enemy has been slain. Your right
There is
Thor
ult,
ulting,
there is
Thor
ult, there is
ulting, Thor
ult.
ulting.
attack. An enemy has been slain.
Another stun.
Double kill.
Kill him.
Slain an enemy.
Oh shit, not so bad. I haven't tailed though, I haven't tailed.
No!
It's unfortunate.
I missed my ult. Yeah, I missed my ult. It's my own fault. I could have just tried to go out like God instead. If I hit my ult, he dies for
I
sure.
just noticed DS shell. I think I'm gonna camp your lane.
Yeah, it's been a pain in my ass.
He does have wards though.
Yeah, you can still probably TP though. I don't think he has ward on his left side of the map.
Recall.
Enemy spotted.
Lane.
Follow them, Jimmy.
Ward here.
I'm coming.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy missing.
Let's see if he has ward or not. He doesn't. I have ult.
To me, Jimmy. Follow them.
I don't have anything yet.
Help me. Nah, it's insane how dog shit like he is. Dying for me there, both. Oh my god, bro. Like this guy camps his dude Q so hard. It's so fucking annoying.
Your right tower is under attack.
Thanks.
Capri ults.
Don't you dare go in, you stupid fucking Minotaur. Trying to deny me gold.
I think it's on me.
Whoa. See if Dutch comes back, otherwise this might be a tragic end to this gaming session. Come on, Dutch. Come on. Come back to us.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Let's see if they pause for us. Nice, boys. Nope. Never mind. Some of them tried, I suppose. Maybe someone just misclicked. Hard to say.
The pyro has arrived.
There's no way he caught my dash. Aww, that super sucks. That's just stupid. That was just stupid of me. I don't know why I jumped.
An ally has been slain.
We'll give Dutch a few more minutes, but we're not winning as these guys in a 4v5, so...
An ally has returned.
Alright, there he is.
Have a good time.
It must not be your day.
Hunger is disturbing my judgment.
Enemy spotted.
An enemy has been slain.
That ult was back up, man. He used it to
Totally in mid.
fucking kill me too. It was already back up. I don't even look to know he has fucking Chronos Pendant.
An ally has been slain.
You're dead.
Shut down.
I don't think we fight there, to be honest. I think we just get out.
Have a good time.
It must not be your day.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Killing spree. Your middle tower is under attack.
Be careful, left! Gank right lane.
He saw me. Most likely.
Enemies in left lane.
It must not be your day.
Okay.
Take another shot. I will throw middle tower is under attack.
Gank. Okay.
Enemies at the Gold Fury.
Defend.
On my way. Your left tower is under attack.
Torna wall, torna Weber.
An enemy has been under attack. An ally has been slain. Double kill.
Campanita. Way to go.
Right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Actually, in this game, I think it might just be a poke situation. Maybe I can sell something later for Poly, but for now, I'm actually just not gonna get Poly.
Oh, what a shame.
Enemy
Way to go.
We don't have any beats.
Middle lane.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Okay.
I mean, if he knows, why is he... I don't know. Never mind. They're going right, be careful.
Enemy spotted.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyro. Your middle tower. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your right
I'm
tower
having a lot
is
of
under
Atayo.
attack. On my way.
Be careful.
Your left tower is under attack.
Gank middle lane. Attack.
Your
Attack
left
middle
tower
lane.
is under
Okay.
attack.
Attack.
Damn.
It's just so
He
dumb.
is fully
I
healed.
don't know.
Try again.
Destroyed a middle enemy. An ally has been slain. Double kill.
His ult is back up again! Dude, his ult is like a 40-second cooldown, but that one's just on me. I played like shit. Damn.
Deicide.
I pretty much just got outplayed, but I mean, if I'm gonna get outplayed, I'd rather be outplayed by the god himself. Like, this fucking item, man. Fucking Hexstone!
Your right tower is under attack.
You don't even need beats anymore, because you can just build Hexstone. And you're gonna be just fine as a mage. Because this shit's just broken as hell. It has a lower cooldown than beats, too.
Yes.
Your right tower is under attack.
Oh, what a shame.
You do trade damage, but I mean, you're so safe with it.
Enemy missing.
Damn, and I used my wish for that too. My dude killed me twice. Have I even? I haven't. But I can just honestly just forgot about my wishes this game.
Okay.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'll just use it now. Otherwise, I'll just forget again.
Your left tower is under
Defend
attack.
the fire giant.
fire giant.
Attack right lane.
Record. Into the back.
On my way. Attack.
That is ulting.
I'm playing this so bad.
Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the gold. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Wait, did he solve the goal?
Maybe.
Seems so, yeah. Uller was mid.
I'm returning left lane.
Your left tower is under attack.
Record.
Full upside ult.
Kepri dash towards you. We can kill him.
Yeah, full upside and left.
I'll go left and defend as well. Maybe we
Yep,
can
is right.
Savage is shitting on me so hard. Like, if it wasn't for Nate, I'm just absolutely screwed.
Your left tower is under attack.
Trying to hit my ult, but there's just too much CC immune on this Anubis for me to actually ever get the ult off on him. He always either has ult or he's goddamn Hex Stone. Poseidon is missing, careful mid.
On my way.
Okay, okay.
Thor is off HP. I'm
I'm
very
rotating
low
as
though.
well.
Thor's gonna left. I think he has ult still.
Goodbye.
Enemy spotted.
Poseidon ult down, he's low. Ish. Damn, that's so cooked. Damn, well done. Should have done it earlier, but I was hoping I could save it.
Triple kill! Killing spree!
And that's boss beats. Maybe ultra beats, I'm not sure.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramids. Your right tower is under attack.
This arguably might be my worst Aladdin game mechanically. I played this so bad. I'm also playing like shit this game, guys. I'm trying to do better.
It's okay.
Set up an ambush here.
Dutch is just mentally out. Just kind of hard. Picking things up.
Can we gank this boss? He has no bait.
They're going left, so.
Anubis might TP.
An enemy has been slain.
Can we do gold?
I mean, I don't want to do gold when there's fire in the
4v5,
map.
4v5.
He doesn't have beats. We can do fire. Nobis
Sure, do fire, do fire, do fire. Capri mid.
Yeah, he just TP'd, I guess, so he shouldn't have TP available.
Capri Thor coming towards fire.
If Thor comes, I don't know. It's gonna be hard. I have Thunder.
Total.
Unfortunate.
Oh, that's really bad. Thor beats
Thor
as well.
beats. I guess we should have fight. I don't know.
I don't know if they sundered it, but either way, I guess.
Maybe we should have.
Yeah, I mean, they had Sunder as well, so we probably should have just taken the fight. Oh, well, at least I'm full build now.
They have ult. Okay.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. The Pyro has arrived.
Little beats.
Enemies in left lane.
Yeah, 3 on left. You guys can kill all mid.
Slain an enemy. Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
On my way.
That is my beats, which is a bit unfortunate. Probably didn't need to, but I didn't want to take any risks.
I saw something there.
Cancel that.
Can we gank this Anubis, maybe?
We can try.
Never mind, do fire, do fire, do fire.
Do we? I mean, I guess.
Tower has been destroyed. Unstoppable. Your right tower is under attack.
Recall.
Double kill. An ally
It is.
has been slain.
To me, Genie.
Double kill.
Slip away quick.
Rampage. Deicide. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been
That sucks.
destroyed.
This is definitely the worst game that I've had today.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
Just couldn't really play correctly in this one. I missed so much shit.
Titan is under attack.
I don't have a
Never
wish.
mind, just in time for the SNL set.
True.
defeat.
Alright. Overall, a pretty decent day. I've had a lot of sloppy plays today. Kind of a bit of an off day for me, but this character's so much fun, but never really works in solo. I think he works for me in solo for the majority of it. Like even earlier today, I played it in. I lost that one too. Funny enough, my two Aladdin's games were actually lost. But like, I can definitely play some Aladdin in solo, but it's harder to make work if you're into something that can easily just always immune your ultimate. In a 1v1, Aladdin isn't really that good if it's something that can always just counter your ultimate. Because I think one of the 1v1 potential with him is that you can always force the the big 1v1 and reset your cooldowns with the ult. But get zoned from farm so easily. No, I wouldn't say so. I think on Aladdin you shouldn't. Yeah, you shouldn't get zoned. He's so easy to not get zoned with his one. He just doesn't play 1v1. It's early on you definitely don't want to fight as much. I think into an Anubis, I think it's fine. I should take that fight. The only problem is I should never ult him if his ult is still up, because his ult is instantly just gonna win out that trade. You know, I gotta be more careful jumping him as well. I think there's just a lot of mistakes I made that game. That being said, like, I think Aladdin solo isn't obviously that good. I think it's fine, but the main thing with Aladdin's is just that he's better at most other places, like jungle and mid. For sure. But I mean, kind of like, let's say like Nuwa, I guess. Maybe Nuwa's a bad example because she's just unzonable, but you can always kind of throw out your one and leave it hanging a bit and then run away. Like, he's just very safe. You can definitely make him work in solo, but he's just not that good in solo. His early game is too weak to be a top solo. If he means anything like Mordred or Cabrakan or honestly just most frontlines, like Chalk, whatever, he's gonna struggle. He won't be able to fight them. So the best solos you can walk up, and if you hit the middle zone, you get zoned out the back. That's the thing. You gotta make sure you're controlling the wave. I don't think you can do that on pretty much anything. I also think zoning is a weird thing at the moment in Smite, especially in solo. Because I think zoning right now in solo is rarely ever worth it, because you're just denying yourself XP. You're just standing in front of the wave when you can go into back camps, or go get all the rocks, like do the warhorn, all that stuff. Like, it's too easy to zone yourself when you zone. There's just so much shit on the map to take. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna hop off, make some dinner, and really appreciate you guys